in partnership with Asian Development Bank, Islamic Development Bank, and Climate Support Facility.
May we request everyone to please rise for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and the Bagong Pilipinas Hymn.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, hanap ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay.
Lupang inigang, duyan ka ng magiting. Sa manlulupi, di ka masisingil.
Sa dagat ang tulong, sa simoy at sa langit mong buhaw. May dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal.
Ang iskap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning.
Ang bituin at araw na kailan pa may di magdidilim.
Mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Panahon na ng pagbabago, dahil sa ito ay kinakailangan. Tayo na magtulong-tulong, na paunlarin ang mahal nating bayan.
Gawin ng pagbabago sa pag-asenso, magsikap ng mabuti at guminhawa tayo. Ipagmalaki natin sa mundo at ipamalas
Ang bagong Pilipino at bagong Pilipinas. Panahon na ng pagbabago
at mamuna sa kahit anong larangan. Pagtagumpay ay karangalan, iyan ay handog natin sa ngayon.
Ipagmalaki natin sa mundo at ipamalas ang bagong Pilipino at bagong Pilipinas.
Please remain standing for the invocation to be led by Attorney Maria Josine Claire M. Beltran Carandang, Deputy Director General of the Government Procurement Policy Board, Technical Support Office.
Stillness. A breath that unites us beyond titles, borders, and differences. Divine Creator, source of wisdom and justice, today we gather from across the East Asia and Pacific region as public servants stewards of trust, and advocates for transformation. Though we represent different nations, we are bound by a shared hope that public procurement becomes not just a process, but a force of dignity, opportunity, and equity. May the systems we build uplift lives. For the farmer awaiting new tools, the student needing a classroom, the mother seeking medicine at her health center. As we open this International Public Procurement Conference in Manila, let us be guided by the spirit of our theme, Procurement for the People, Bridging Innovation, Value for Money, and Accountability. Grant us wisdom to pursue innovation with inclusion, strength to seek value that truly improves lives, and courage to uphold accountability even when it is difficult. Bless our conversations today, that they may lead to real change beyond these walls, touching the communities we are called to serve. May this conference not just exchange ideas, but ignite action. Action rooted in integrity, collaboration, and purpose. In the service of the people and in the service of greater good, we offer this day and the 2 days to come the dialogues with our peers and our shared duty. Amen.
Thank you. You may now take your seats. Good morning. Let's do that again. Good morning. Mabuhay. My name is Mondo Castro. I'm your host for today's event. Hope everybody's doing okay. Took advantage of the free coffee and free food. On behalf of the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office and the World Bank, of course, it is my great honor to welcome you all to the 2025 East Asia and the Pacific International Public Procurement Conference, a premier gathering of procurement leaders, innovators, and change makers from across the globe. We're honored to host this year's event in Manila, building on South Korea's inaugural launch. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure a smooth and orderly event, please observe the following. This event is broadcast live over Facebook and YouTube and recorded for documentation. By participating, you consent to being seen or heard in the recordings. Set your mobile phones to silent to avoid disruptions during the presentations. Please stay seated during the sessions and follow the published schedule. For questions, please scan the QR code on the screen or at your tables to access the Q&A platform. Restrooms are located near the escalator outside the hall. Please postpone visits, though, until after the opening program. In case of emergency, remain calm and follow the hotel personnel and safety marshals to the nearest exits at the back of the hall and main corridor. An evacuation plan video will now be shown for your guidance.
Welcome to Hilton Manila's Safety and Security Briefing. We would like to show you an overview of Hilton Manila's Emergency and Security Plan that is designed to address all kinds of emergency scenarios, such as fires, earthquakes, bomb threats, and even active shooter situations. Hilton Manila is equipped with an arsenal of state-of-the-art safety and security equipment deployed around the hotel. Digital fire alarm system signals are sent and monitored by the security office. Smoke detectors, heat detectors, strobe lights, air pressurization system, smoke extraction system, automatic door lockout system for all entrances and exits, X-ray machines and walk-through metal detectors at the guest entrances, CCTV cameras that are monitored 24/7, bomb protection film and glass panels from the ground floor to the third floor, PA systems audible in all areas of the hotel. Guest rooms and elevators are only accessible with our RFID key cards. The front desk and concierge are equipped with panic and duress alarm system to alert our security staff of any emergencies. The PWD rooms are equipped with duress alarms for emergencies located in the bathroom. The hotel employs its own emergency response team together with 20% of our team members who are highly trained first aiders to ensure the guest's utmost safety. A medical clinic is available near the concierge area, which is manned by doctors and nurses 24/7. In case of any kind of emergency or suspicious activity within the hotel, please inform any of Hilton's team members or dial 10 on room telephones or telephones located in the hallways. Our lobby, located on the third floor, has 4 main fire exits. Near the meeting rooms, beside the main elevators, inside Kusina C kitchens, and near the ballroom. In case of fire, earthquakes, or other emergencies, the evacuation assembly area is on the opposite side of the street from the hotel's main entrance in front of Maxim's Hotel. Thank you and enjoy your stay.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference would not be possible without the support of our event partners. Of course, the Asian Development Bank, Islamic Development Bank, and the Climate Support Facility, whose collaboration and commitment have been instrumental in making this event a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a moment to give a warm round of applause to our organizers and event partners for their invaluable support. Please give them a warm round of applause. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to share something special about this year's conference, our commitment to sustainability. Your event kits include eco-friendly items like a sturdy jute bag, a bamboo notepad, and a pen made from recycled cardboard, all designed to cut down on plastic waste. The lace given to our speakers and special guests are made from sustainable cinema fabric and decorated with Capiz shell badges that double as coasters, highlighting local craftsmanship and care for the environment. Even your conference ID, if you take a look at your ID, is made to be reused as a coaster, bag charm, or keepsake. Pretty cool, just don't sell them. Yeah. These are small but meaningful touches to show how we're all working together to bring sustainability into our everyday lives and work lives as well. At this juncture, we proudly present a special feature showcasing the significant milestones and transformative initiatives of the GPPB-TSO, from spearheading reforms under the new Government Procurement Act to leading the way in capacity development and digital innovation. This presentation captures the GPPB-TSO's steadfast commitment to fostering a procurement environment that is inclusive, transparent, and future-ready. Let's all take a moment to watch this.
The Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office.
A dynamic and effective agency promoting the highest standard of excellence in government procurement.
A center of excellence for the advancement of innovative, responsive, and sustainable public procurement system.
Empowering good governance through procurement reform.
We strive to adhere to all legal, regulatory, and relevant requirements in delivering legal research and advisory services, capacity building, and procurement compliance monitoring for procuring entities with the goal of fostering a transparent, accountable, sustainable, and inclusive public procurement system.
New era of government procurement.
We have just signed into law 2 new bills that will move us closer to attaining a strong, more responsive and efficient bureaucracy and to establishing safeguards for the financial rights and welfare of every Filipino. First, we have the new Government Procurement Act, or the NGPA, which updated Republic Act number 9184, or the Government Procurement Reform Act. The NGPA streamlines the procurement process from 3 months to just 60 days by standardizing procurement forms and institutionalizing electronic procurement. The NGPA also introduces a new concept, the most economically advantageous responsive bid. This is actually an attempt to consider the qualitative, not only the purely quantitative, but the qualitative economic value of any proposal as an alternative to the prevailing practice, of which we now do, of choosing just the cheapest product, or what we now call the lowest calculated and responsive bid. This frees us from the obligation of selecting the lowest priced bid when there is a better choice. This will ensure that we get not only the best prices, but the best deals for our clients, the Filipino people.
Modernizing procurement policies.
Going digital, smarter procurement systems.
Empowering procurement practitioners and professionalization.
Ensuring accountability.
Collaboration for better procurement.
Global and national recognition.
Every successful procurement reform has people behind it. Committed individuals who speak up, take action, and push for change. They are the ones who help turn policies into real improvements and make systems work better for everyone. Their efforts show us that innovation and efficiency in procurement are not just big ideas. They are things we work on and achieve every day. Together, we are not just improving how things are done. We are building a more transparent, responsive, and empowered Philippines.
As we look ahead, the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office remains committed to pushing the boundaries of innovation and efficiency. In 2025, expect smarter digital solutions, streamlined processes, and stronger capacity building for our procurement workforce. We aim to institutionalize data-driven decision-making, strengthen stakeholder collaboration, and ensure that every peso spent delivers maximum public value. The journey continues, and together, we will shape a procurement system that is not only compliant but truly transformative. At the heart of good governance is a procurement system that is transparent, innovative, fit for purpose, and forward-thinking. In support of the government's commitment to public trust, we at the GPPB Technical Support Office continue to drive policy reforms that make procurement not only more efficient but also truly sustainable. In this light, we remain steadfast in leveraging emerging technologies, empowering our procurement professionals, engaging with our stakeholders, and upholding integrity in the process. Because each successful procurement brings us closer to a more progressive and inclusive Philippines. Once again, I am Attorney Maria Junesha Rivera Guillermo, Madre to many of you, and I serve as the officer in charge of the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office. Thank you for joining us in our journey.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, the milestones we've just seen are a testament to the dedication, innovation, and an unwavering commitment of the GPPB-TSO in advancing procurement reform and excellence. As we move forward under the framework of the new Government Procurement Act, we are reminded that good procurement is not just about compliance, it is about delivering better outcomes for the people. So congratulations to the GPPB-TSO and to everyone who continues to support this journey of transformation. Let's give the group a round of applause. Thank you. Each step shows real progress, ladies and gentlemen, and a strong commitment to reform, innovation, and inclusive governance. And at this point, ladies and gentlemen, all right, okay. So at the forefront of these efforts, we will introduce a leader later whose vision and dedication has been instrumental in bringing these reforms to life. Now, to officially open the conference, basically, we will introduce later a transformative leader and a staunch advocate for open, inclusive, and technology-driven governance. Now, this person has been instrumental in championing key reforms that promote efficiency, transparency, and accountability in government spending. So later on, we will have this person. She is the DBM Secretary and GPPB Chairperson. But before that, before we introduce her, we'd like to welcome a very important person. Is it time to introduce the very important person? Not yet. Okay. As it goes with the very important people, we need to stretch it. How's everybody doing? Are you guys doing okay? Yep, thank you very much. Thank you. So anyway, to support this, we're gonna be here together for 2.5 days. You can take pictures, network with each other, and if you're gonna post on social media, LinkedIn, or even Facebook, you can use the hashtag Procure4People. So procure the number 4 people. And of course, take advantage of the photo booth outside. It's only gonna be here until later today. Okay, so take pictures, share it with your colleagues and whatnot, and enjoy the free-flowing coffee and drinks. There you go. Thank you for bearing with me. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome Executive Secretary Lucas P. Bersamin. Round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we may now be seated, please. May we call on Budget and Management Secretary Amenna Pangandaman to give her welcome remarks.
Honorable Executive Secretary Lucas P. Bersamin, fellow ministers from around the world and colleagues in the Philippine government, our distinguished development partners from the World Bank, Islamic Development Bank, and Asian Infrastructure Bank, procurement champions and esteemed delegates from East Asia and the Pacific. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the East Asia and the Pacific International Public Procurement Conference 2025. We are deeply grateful to the World Bank for the opportunity to host the second EAP IPPC, a conference that we've rigorously planned for, ensuring that this will raise the bar and be second to none. As you will see at this conference, the Philippines, under the leadership of President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., is determined to be a front runner in advancing procurement reforms. Hence, less than 2 years into his administration, we passed the new Government Procurement Act, a game changer that updated our Government Procurement Reform Act and has been hailed as the biggest anti-corruption measure in the country's recent history. I am proud to share that the NGPA has laid the foundation for a procurement system that is transparent, accountable, efficient, and inclusive. As I mentioned at the Open Government Leaders Roundtable on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly in New York last year, the NGPA is not only about improving government efficiency, but equally upholding the principles of the OGP as it introduces internationally recommended practices such as disclosure of beneficial ownership information, open contracting, and participatory procurement, measures that significantly combat corruption. The NGPA likewise leverages digital technology, primarily through the electronic or e-marketplace, where procuring entities can just add to cart essential goods and services, ensuring timely and cost-effective transactions. Of course, procurement reforms like this are only possible because of our dedicated champions, such as our colleagues from the Government Procurement Policy Board and the Procurement Service of the DBM, and of course, my DBM family, as well as our legislators. My hope is that through our collective resolve, our procurement reforms translate into triumph for our people, from farmers who can sooner provide food for school feeding programs, to small businesses that can sooner win government contracts, to women-led enterprises that are given the opportunity to compete and thereby uplift their communities. So at this 3-day conference, let us exchange groundbreaking ideas, forge meaningful partners, and most importantly, create an impact that will ripple far beyond these halls. As we here in the Philippines have learned, we all win when we make procurement a key strategy in our agenda for prosperity. Mabuhay, thank you very much. 𝗑𝗶𝗰𝗇𝗑𝗏 𝗑𝗏𝗂𝗍. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Secretary Pangandaman. At this point, may we call on the World Bank's Operation Manager, Ms. Dandan Chen, to give her message. Let's give her a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Honorable Executive Secretary Lucas P. Bersamin, Honorable Secretary Amenna Pangandaman, distinguished policymakers, public servants, partners, and practitioners from around the globe, good morning. It is a true honor to be with all of you today at the opening of this International Public Procurement Conference, an event that brings together not only practitioners and experts, but also champions of good governance and public service from around the globe. Public procurement may not always make the headlines, but it is one of the most powerful levers for change. When done right, it empowers schools and hospitals, builds roads and bridges, delivers digital innovation, and ensures that public funds truly serve the public good. In many countries in the region, it represents up to 20% of GDP, a figure that reflects not just economic weight, but also the scale of opportunity. At a time when the global economy is navigating uncertainty, fiscal space is tightening, and citizens are demanding more accountability, the mission of this conference is clear: to harness procurement, not just a process, but also as a platform for transformation. The theme, Procurement for the People, bridging innovation, value for money, and accountability, captures what we must strive for: systems that are not only efficient, but also inclusive, not just compliant, but also courageous in the pursuit of better outcomes. Recognizing this immense opportunity, the World Bank is strategically focusing on job creation as a driver of economic growth and poverty reduction. By supporting entrepreneurship and private sector development, public procurement becomes a key lever in channeling public spending to local businesses, MSMEs, and labor-intensive sectors. This directly connects procurement to the core mission of this conference: advancing innovation, value for money, and accountability. Designed with inclusion and impact in mind, procurement has the power to stimulate jobs, build skills, and strengthen economies from the ground up. And what better place to gather than the Philippines, where bold reforms have taken center stage? The passage in 2024 of the new Government Procurement Act, Republic Act 12009, is a landmark achievement. His Excellency President Marcos called it the biggest anti-corruption law in modern times, and rightly so. The law reflects the country's unwavering commitment to integrity, efficiency, innovation, and service to its people. The World Bank is proud to have supported this milestone and is equally proud to support similar reforms across the region. Because when governments lead with vision, courage, and partners come together and in shared purpose, transformation is possible. Over the next 3 days, the Department of Budget and Management, led by Secretary 𝗚 𝗚 alongside the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office, will guide us through conversations that matter, not just about policy, but also about progress. This gathering is also more than a conference. It is a community, a regional network of reformers, innovators, and leaders, learning from one another, building momentum, and inspiring action. I'm heartened to hear the steps are already being taken to deepen this network beyond today to build something lasting. We are grateful to our co-hosts, Department of Budget and Management, and the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office, who took the mantle from the inaugural host, the Public Procurement Service of Korea, whom we're glad to see join us as well. To all delegates, may these days be filled with bold ideas, meaningful connections, and renewed energy for the work ahead. And while you are here, yes, please take time to explore, enjoy the warmth of Filipino hospitality, and perhaps even practice a little personal procurement. You will soon understand why the word says, love the Philippines. Maraming salamat po. May this conference be a spark for even greater change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dandan Chen. And now, let's welcome back Budget and Management Secretary 𝗚 𝗚 to introduce our guest of honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, it is my distinct honor to introduce our keynote speaker this morning, a man of exceptional integrity and intellect. He has long been a pillar of public service and the rule of law in the Philippines. Having served with distinction as Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, he now plays a vital role at the heart of the executive branch as Executive Secretary, serving as the principal alter ego of the President and a key steward of our government's reform and governance agenda. This morning, he joins us to deliver the keynote address on behalf of President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable 𝗘𝗀𝗏 Executive Secretary of the Republic of the Philippines.
Thank you. Please. Thank you, Secretary Amina Pangandaman. Our partners from the World Bank, esteemed delegates of the International Public Procurement Conference, fellow workers in government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm here as the alter ego of the President of the Republic of the Philippines. He will be touching ground about an hour and a half from now. So that is the explanation for my standing in for him. Today marks a proud milestone for our country as the Philippines hosts this prestigious event for the very first time. The President, I assure you, takes great pride for this occasion because it gives us the opportunity to reaffirm our collective commitment to integrity, innovation, and accountability in public procurement. On his behalf, therefore, I claim the privilege to read this message to all of you today. I begin this. Honorable ministers, esteemed leaders, distinguished guests, and partners in progress, a good day to all. Years ago, procurement was treated as an everyday grind. Paperwork to be processed, signatures to be secured, deadlines to be met. Today, that view no longer holds. Procurement has become a cornerstone of good governance. It protects the welfare of our citizens, fuels growth in key sectors, and upholds the most vital currency of any government, public trust. The International Public Procurement Conference is a declaration that procurement must deliver impact, uplift people, and elevate institutions. With this year's theme, Procurement for the People, Bridging Innovation, Value for Money, and Accountability, we are reminded of our shared mission. Across borders and beyond titles, we are called to use procurement as a tool for transformation. In the Philippines, we are responding to that call with a clear purpose. We passed Republic Act number 12009, also known as the New Government Procurement Act, to simplify the complex processes and strengthen the vulnerable areas of our procurement system. It is a decisive shift from a reactive system to one that is forward-looking and strategy-driven. This law empowers agencies with methods designed to secure quality, speed, and value. It reinforces the role of planning. It underscores data as a strategic asset, and it redefines efficiency through smart practices. Under this act, we have institutionalized sustainable public procurement. This means that we are aligning environmental, economic, and social goals with government spending. Technology also now lies at the core of how we procure. Digital platforms and advanced data analytics are transforming the way we provide vital goods and services, making the process even more accountable. Above all, transparency stands as the bedrock of our service. Through open contracting, stronger disclosure mechanisms, and meaningful citizen participation, we have built institutions that embody the values of integrity and responsibility. This ensures that governance remains rooted in the trust and confidence of the Filipino people. Complementing our efforts is the recent launch of the e-marketplace, an official digital platform that allows agencies to obtain essential items with greater ease and accountability. With the introduction of the e-marketplace last December, procurement that used to take 4 months can now be completed in less than 2 weeks. Currently, agencies can procure vehicles via the e-marketplace. It is as easy as ordering from Amazon, eBay, Etsy, or in the Philippine context, Lazada or Shopee. Soon we will make available through our e-marketplace cloud computing services, airline tickets, network and communication solutions, electrical and janitorial supplies, as well as office equipment and other essential items. We know that behind these reforms is a team of professionals. That is why we continue to strengthen technical expertise, raise ethical standards, and foster a culture of integrity within the workforce. These efforts all lead to a single resolute goal: to ensure that every peso spent becomes a promise kept. Bringing real value to every Filipino, we are duty-bound to serve. Because procurement is more than a function of government. It is a reflection of our priorities. In the East Asia and the Pacific region, we are linked by shared supply chains, common vulnerabilities, and collective aspirations. A setback in one country affects many. In the same breath, a breakthrough uplifts us all. Collaboration, therefore, is no longer an option. It is a necessity. So let us seize this moment so we can build smarter procurement systems through artificial intelligence, big data, and analytics. Let us design policies that embrace sustainability and embed the circular economy from the top levels of government to the most local communities. Let us review our purpose to bring real lasting change to every Filipino. Every project we complete, every investment we make, every reform we pursue, these are the building blocks of public trust. These are the instruments through which we close the gap between aspiration and reality. With that, the Philippines stands ready to lead and to learn, standing shoulder to shoulder with regional and global partners, united by a vision of more secure systems. In the days ahead, may this conference challenge our thinking, fuel our ideas, and sharpen our strategies. May it also deepen your appreciation of our country, our commitment to progress, our embrace of diversity, and our enduring belief in the spirit of community. There is a well-known Filipino saying, "Where there is genuine intent, there is always a way. Where there is none, there is only an excuse." In every challenge, in every crossroad, it is our conviction that lights the path forward. When we act with sincerity, when we pursue our goals with unity and resolve, no dream is too distant, no burden too heavy. As partners and leaders, let us continue to shape a procurement landscape that empowers people and defines a future worthy of the succeeding generations. Thank you so much. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you, Executive Secretary 𝗘𝘀𝗁, for your message and for gracing the event today. At this point, may I invite everyone to kindly rise from your seats for a commemorative photo opportunity. To capture this meaningful occasion, the photo will be taken from the stage, so we ask everyone to face forward and remain in place. Thank you for your cooperation as we mark this significant moment together. Okay, everyone please take a step towards the center. So I'll move to the center, ladies and gentlemen. No, fine. Thank you, Executive Secretary 𝗘𝘀𝗁, for gracing the event today. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now take your seats. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we invite everyone to take a 15-minute break. Please feel free to enjoy some refreshments at the foyer. Don't forget to snap some pictures at the photo booth. Share them with the hashtag #ProcureForPeople to show your support for transparency, innovation, and inclusivity in public procurement. We will reconvene shortly for the next part of our program. Thank you very much. May we request the good people from our press to please proceed to meeting rooms 1 and 2. The press conference will start at 10 a.m. That's in 9 minutes. May we invite the press to please proceed to meeting rooms 1 and 2 for the press conference at 10 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume in 4 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume in 2 minutes. We will resume in 2 minutes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How was your break? Good? Good food, good coffee? Yes? All right. Team, before we resume the program, we're going to ask a favor from you. Okay? In a while, we'll be asking you to stand up, and then we'll ask you to visit the table to your right or to the left or whatever, and just shake the hands of the people around you. We'll take a video of this, and it'll be part of the AVP, so to speak. So pretend you don't know each other yet. Okay? Or if you want to meet people, new people, to reconnect, we can do this as well. Okay? So the video guy, is the video guy ready? I'll ask the video guy to take the video from the stage. This is for the AVP. So I'm not going to ask you to stand up yet if the video guy is not ready. Oh, he's here? All right, please come up on stage. There you go. So, ladies and gentlemen, may we ask you please to stand up. Thank you very much for obliging us. All right. Ready? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, please greet the people around you. Shake their hands, smile at them. Okay? There you go. Yes. Thank you. Exchange cards. Good job. All right, team. Now, please face the front and wave to the guys here on stage. Please wave. Please face the front. Thank you very much. Please wave. There you go. Say hello to your fans. This will be shown on YouTube. There you go. Okay. All right. All right, let me ask. Yes, there you go, here. There you go. And then to stand. For this. For everyone? Okay. So everyone, please, last request. So everyone stand up and then they'll take a group picture. Mr. Baroya is alone on this table. Yes, can we please cover this? This table, please stand up. And ladies, please join Mr. Baroya and the others. There you go. So at a count of 5, should they wave to the camera? Picture, group picture, just smile. Okay, just smile at the people, wonderful people on the stage. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience and understanding. All right, everyone, please look at the camera and wave to the camera. Say hello. There you go. This is the last favor, for sure. Some of you are ready to kill me now. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Hope you really found new friends. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. As we continue with the program, to provide us with a rationale behind today's forum, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to introduce a key partner in advancing procurement reform and capacity building across the region. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the procurement manager for the East Asia and Pacific region of the World Bank, Mr. Diomedes Baroya. Hope I said his name right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Baroya. Welcome, sir.
Hello. Good morning. For disclosure purposes, the picture was taken a long time ago. So good morning again. And on behalf of the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the Islamic Development Bank, and the Climate Support Facility, it is a pleasure and honor to welcome you to this conference. We truly are grateful for your present participation in this important event. This conference, just a second. This conference emphasized that procurement is not merely a bureaucratic function, rather it's a power strategic tool for driving inclusive growth and enhancing public trust. Procurement accounts for a significant portion of the government spending. Just in this region, many countries, procurement represents up to 20% of the GDP. So when procurement is managed very well, effectively, procurement can stimulate value chains, can foster economic resilience, and can create employment opportunities. In 2024, the IMF came up with a report saying that with 1% of the global GDP that will be invested in public investment strategies, that will represent around 7 million of the dead jobs worldwide. Only 1% of the GDP. In this context, I want to call your attention that the latest report last week of the World Bank about jobs in East Asia and Pacific is talking about that over the next decade, 320 million people enter into the workplace. But if we continue with the current trends on the economy, there will be a gap of 210 million jobs. What that means? It means that the governments and institutions, we are and will be into more and more pressure in order to deliver more with less. That is why the concepts of efficiency, value for money, but also accountability are very important in the context of this conference. This conference brings together policymakers, professional procurement, civil society, private sector, development partners to explore how procurement can move beyond traditional metrics. That is very important. How we can move ahead from the traditional approach that everybody was mentioning this morning about the administrative work to more strategic tool. This is a challenge that we face. So that is why, in collaboration with the GPPB-TSO, I'm very proud to manage to pronounce the GPPB-TSO. There are three important topics that is going to be discussed in the context of these 3 days. One, innovation. It's very clear that innovation can improve service delivery, can create jobs. But this is the data that we got here that the private sector is looking at artificial intelligence for the reduction of costs. The private sector, the recent study that was this year, showed that with artificial intelligence, up to 54% can increase staff productivity, and it can achieve 47% of the process cuts. And I'm very happy that one of the topics today or tomorrow is going to be focused on innovation in procurement, artificial intelligence, technologies, etc. Then we talk about two important topics. One is about value for money, and the other one is accountability. And I want to bring both together during the context of the rationale. One, in value for money, clearly is that procurement is just about spending less. It's about spending wisely. It's about we need to achieve quality, sustainability, and long-term benefits. This is something that you have heard this morning, and you will hear more and more before. But I want to bring the concept of value for money and also innovation in the context of accountability. Without accountability, procurement loses its power to serve the public good. And that is very powerful. I give an example. Sometimes people confuse accountability with some process like a criminal offense. There will be a process. It could be a process, for example. there will be a delay in the selection process of the contract, which is important for a community. That delay is not a criminal offense, but it's an act of irresponsibility. And accountability is to hold responsibility as a public official, as a public sector, as a citizen, etc. Why that is important? Because development delayed is a development denied. At the time that we are slowing the process to procure, we are denying the possibility for those in need in order to meet their needs. So the question they have in the context of value for money integrity here is how to balance the flexibility, value for money integrity in the context of a broader accountability. But accountability can work with those objectives, serving the people. I'm going to put a little more complex to you, and that is my own personal thinking when we were working together looking at this program, and it's that the fundamental question on this conference to me, that I'm posing to you, is how can procurement deliver not just value for money, but value for the people? And by answering this question, we hope that at least you get some concept to reshape public procurement as a force to empower communities that create jobs and stimulate economies. Finally, the development partners here represented by the World Bank are very grateful to the government of the Philippines through the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office for hosting this event. We appreciate very much the donors that are contributed as well financially, but we appreciate everybody here present in this forum. Because what we are going to be talking today, tomorrow, and the next day is how to procure a better procurement for people. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you for the compelling framing, Mr. Baroa. Let's give him another round of applause, please. Thank you very much, sir. And now to bring us back to the heart of our mission, making public procurement work for every citizen, we're pleased to welcome Ms. Kim Hyo-kyung, Director and Representative of the Korea Public Procurement Service, South Korea, the host of our previous international conference. Please welcome her with a warm round of applause. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly honored to be here at the International Public Procurement Conference in Manila. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to deliver speech as the host of last year's event. I am Hye-kyung Kim, Director of the International Cooperation Division at the Public Procurement Service in Korea. At the forum of last year, we shared our experience and insights on sustainable procurement and its strategies. And today, I'd like to expand on that and share Korea's experience with innovation, resilience, and transformation, all closely tied to this year's theme, Procurement for People. In recent years, public procurement has rapidly transformed. Events like COVID-19, supply chain disruptions, and digital shift have made it clear that procurement is not just a support function, it's a frontline response mechanism. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the Korea government successfully curbed the outbreak. Behind this success was the crucial role of public procurement. PPS moved quickly to procure face masks and vaccines, and critical medical supplies. This swift action helped Korea manage the outbreak more effectively and reminded all of us how vital procurement is during emergencies. Another key moment was in 2022 when Korea experienced a nationwide shortage of urea solution, which is essential for diesel vehicles. Public procurement played a pivotal role in addressing supply chain disruptions as well. PPS responded quickly, secured supply channels, and released emergency stockpiles, helping stabilize the situation in just days. And this case clearly illustrates that the role of public procurement goes far beyond simple purchasing or contracting. It's about building resilience and fully supporting people's lives. Around the world, we can see ongoing acceleration efforts such as sustainable procurement, digital transformation, and the adoption of social values. So, I sincerely hope sharing Korea's best practices can provide relevant and meaningful insight to all of us at this conference. Let me give you a quick snapshot of Korea procurement system. Every year, the volume of Korea public procurement reaches approximately $147 billion. It involves around 70,000 public entities and 570,000 suppliers. Among these, PPS handles about $101 billion. With this strong purchasing power, we play a key role in putting national policies into action. There are two key features of the Korea procurement market. First, the SMEs play a dominant role. More than 70% of suppliers are small and medium enterprises. Accordingly, 78% of our contract volume goes to SMEs. Second, Korea's procurement is still more focused on goods than services. Excluding contract work, most of the market centers around the procurement of goods and products. However, as the government is now working to boost the service sector, we are also making efforts to expand service offerings as well. Beyond basic contracting, PPS also plays a strategic role. PPS supports national economic growth by leveraging the power of public procurement. First, we stockpile key raw materials. We purchase and stockpile raw materials depending on our economic conditions and release them to the private sector to manage price stabilization. Also, we operate and manage CONEPS, Korea's central e-procurement system, which has helped us modernize and digitize procurement for over 20 years. And we achieved notable progress last year. We provided tailored consulting to startups and streamlined unnecessary regulations. To build a fair and transparent procurement market, we significantly enhanced transparency in selection of successful bidders. In addition, we work to advance global procurement cooperation through MMGP, multilateral meeting of government procurement, and made strides in developing a new e-procurement system, the next generation CONEPS. First and foremost, I'm going to introduce PPS policies to expand access to the procurement market. To support this, we implemented the Procurement 𝗘𝗶. 34 procurement experts were appointed across our headquarters and 11 regional offices. They provide constant consultations to help first-time suppliers, helping them understand the procedures, prepare bids, and grow their capacity. And we believe a healthy procurement system must be accessible to all, especially underrepresented groups. So, we also give incentives to women-led businesses and disability-led businesses, and to companies that create positive social impact, such as offering good working conditions or hiring from marginalized communities. Going forward, we plan to incorporate ESG elements to encourage businesses to achieve carbon neutrality and act responsibly. We are also working to make procurement more business-friendly by pursuing bold regulatory reforms. Building on last year's improvement of 102 regulations, we are now conducting a comprehensive review of 700 procurement-related laws to eliminate outdated or overly restrictive rules. And we want good companies to participate freely without being held back by red tape. That's why we have set up dedicated task force to continue this reform process. It's about creating a fair, open, and dynamic procurement environment. Let me share our effort toward sustainable procurement. We have encouraged SMEs to stay focused on developing new technologies, and we supported their entry into public markets. Since 1996, we have implemented the Excellent Procurement Product Designation System. It guarantees private contract on excellent product incorporating new technologies. By 2023, over $3.4 billion of these products were procured. Since 2019, we have also promoted the innovative procurement to facilitate the commercialization of R&D outcomes. Unlike the previous system, this program allows early-stage product, even those not yet on the market, to be piloted by the government. Although it's relatively new, startups really appreciate this flexibility because it lowers the entry barrier to the procurement market. It helps them enter the procurement market only with technologies before their products are fully completed. We are also shaping our green procurement effort with eco-friendly products for our future generations. In 2023, eco-friendly products in total public procurement reached $42.5 million. And a study from 2017 shows that green procurement helped to reduce carbon emissions, saved environmental costs, and created great jobs. From a public procurement perspective, we make this easy through two main platforms. One is the Public Green Purchasing Information Network, and the other is CONEPS. Over 11,000 green products are available online, making it easy for users to choose green products. And real-time certification information and data is automatically shared with agencies to streamline the process. One of the key features of the Public Green Purchasing Information Network is that it brings together all government-certified green products in a single platform. One example is the Green Goods Mall, inside CONEP's online shopping mall, and it brings together all government-certified green products such as Korea Eco Label, high energy efficiency, and good recycled. Linked with the public green purchasing information network, making it easier for users to make sustainable choices. For your information, this is a screenshot of the comprehensive shopping mall operated by the Korean government. And this is a mall dedicated for green product within the CONEP's online shopping mall. We can see a variety of green certification in this certification category in the middle of the screenshot. To make procurement smarter and more strategic, we also focus on education. We established the Public Procurement Capacity Development Institute to train expertise and capacity of public procurement officials. Each year, it trained around 30,000 public officials from Korea and abroad, and also offers on-site training sessions upon request from other government agencies, such as the Ministry of SMEs and Startups. We also recognize the importance of having tangible outcomes from our training effort. So right now, we are developing a public procurement certification system, which will further enhance professionalism and raise standards across the sector. And now, let me introduce the next generation CONEPS, our new digital procurement platform. The original CONEPS, launched in 2002, was a game changer in e-procurement sector. It digitized bidding, contracting, payment, shopping, and significantly improved transparency and efficiency on procurement process. But with new technologies like AI and big data, and rising expectations about transparency, we need a major upgrade. So we had launched a new CONEPS to better align with today's fastly evolving procurement landscapes. Previously, CONEPS was already connected to 226 contract-related external systems, including finance, national tax, banking, guarantees, and credit evaluation. Now the CONEPS has further evolved into a more efficient and centralized platform by incorporating the independent procurement systems of 26 major public entities. And just like before, everything from procurement can be done online. The new CONEPS focused on two major improvements. First, making system more stable. Second, improving user convenience. To ensure greater stability, it's now cloud-based with updated cybersecurity features. For better user experience, we've also added features like an AI-powered chatbot, mobile support, and improved user interfaces. To ease the burden on businesses, we have integrated the independent procure systems from different institutions into CONEPS. So now, businesses only need one registration to participate in all public bidding. Currently, major state-owned enterprises such as Korea Electric Power Corporation and Korean Land and Housing Corporation can conclude contract through our platform, CONEPS. And this change will make public procurement contract more transparent and efficient. sorry about that. Another key feature of new CONEPS is, CONEPS is its digital statistics system known as the Procurement Data Hub. By applying big data analytics to the integrated procurement data, it generates a wide range of reports tailored to user needs. It uses big data analytics to generate smart reports in chart and visual formats. This helps agencies and businesses make faster, better decisions and encourage more data-driven policy development. We believe digital innovation like this is essential for modern, responsible governance. To help your better understanding, we've prepared a short video. Let's take a look.
South Korea's e-government flagship, praised by the international community, including the UN and OECD. Electronic bidding and contracts have greatly improved transparency, fairness, and efficiency in procurement. Approximately 600,000 companies, approximately 70,000 public institutions, and the miracle created by 227 connected systems. The annual transaction scale is 143 trillion won. Through the export of the CONEPS system to 9 countries and the signing of MOUs with 34 countries, CONEPS has set the global standard for electronic procurement. These remarkable achievements reflect its success. After 23 years of remarkable success in public procurement, CONEPS is now embarking on its innovation journey. Available 365 days a year, 24/7, whenever needed. A user-focused service with real-time notifications for important updates and a chatbot to resolve any inquiries. With a 40% improvement in performance compared to the previous CONEPS, the cloud-based platform offers flexible system load management. Real-time security checks reduce failures, enhancing overall stability. Login becomes quick and simple by removing unnecessary steps like fingerprint security tokens and plugin installations, offering various authentication options, including simple methods. Easily view personalized information on My CONEPS and track progress step by step with the step and process bars. Manage tasks easily from anywhere with expanded mobile services for bidding, contracts, and shopping malls, all at your fingertips. Quickly find all the information you need with the intelligent integrated search feature, offering smart and hassle-free searching. Access all procurement data in one place, effortlessly extract and analyze it from CONEPS, and make future predictions and decisions with ease. The mini shop feature in the shopping mall enhances marketing support for suppliers and helps public institutions make purchasing decisions using 3D and AR technologies. Online automatic warranty applications prevent mistakes and lower costs for suppliers with a web-based pricing program. Integrating 25 separate public procurement systems into CONEPS unifies procurement channels, further enhancing efficiency. Experience all of this in the new CONEPS. The new future of public procurement is here. The new CONEPS has arrived.
Thank you so much. And this is the final chapter of my presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing unprecedented and immense challenges, from the climate change to social inequalities, from supply disruption to demographic shift. While there are various policy instruments to address these issues, but I firmly believe that public procurement may not always be in the spotlight, but it holds the power to drive really real and lasting impact. And I sincerely hope that by sharing of our experiences, we can spark new ideas, learn from each other, and build partnerships that go beyond this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kim, for your valuable insights on sustaining momentum in public procurement. We have prepared a lineup of discussions for you, ladies and gentlemen. And we would like to remind you to make use of the official Q&A platform for any questions you may have for our upcoming speakers. So the QR code is available in your tables. To begin our sessions, we turn our focus to a core pillar of public procurement, its real-world application and far-reaching impact on society. To guide us through this important conversation, it is my honor to welcome our panel moderator, Attorney 𝗘𝗀𝗁, National Program Officer of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Please give her a warm round of applause, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to join you today at this International Public Procurement Conference 2025. And it's an honor to be your moderator for our first panel entitled Procurement in Action, From Contracts to Societal Impact. As many of us know here, procurement isn't just about contracts and compliance. It's about how governments deliver services, empower communities, and fulfill social mandates. This session explores how procurement can be a true enabler of development, one that advances inclusion, sustainability, job creation, and more. To begin, let me introduce our main presenter, an advocate for reform and innovation in the public sector. Our presenter is Undersecretary Rowena Candice Ruiz, Executive Director of GPPB-TSO and currently detailed to the Department of Education.
Pleasant morning to procurement colleagues who have come to the second East Asia and the Pacific International Public Procurement Conference in the Philippines. It seemed just like yesterday when we got together in South Korea to share and learn from each other sustainability practices in public procurement. And today, as the Philippines host the conference, we have set the stage towards global institutionalization of procurement as a tool and policy driver in achieving critical social mandates, including meaningful SME participation, job creation, and gender-responsive procurement. Long ago, procurement was seen as a public financial management underdog. It was not given the same stature as revenue, expenditure, and performance management. It was regarded simply as a bookkeeping function that PFM practitioners ought to understand. It was a transaction that needed to be complied for audit purposes, nothing more. And that, I think, is where the problem lies. Procurement is not just a required transaction that results in contracts. I think all of you will agree that public procurement is a mechanism through which government promises are delivered and public expectations are met. Indeed, the way we procure spells an ocean of difference between one that delivers on outputs, number of classrooms constructed, for instance, and one that delivers on social outcomes, resilient classrooms that ensures learning continuity towards sustained learning outcomes. But as I always say, the devil is in the delivery. It's not just about what is bought. It's about how it's bought, who benefits, and whether it creates the change it's supposed to. In fine, procurement is the bridge between what is promised to what makes a difference in the lives of every Filipino, every Juan and Juanas here and across the globe. Numbers-wise, it cannot be argued that public procurement carries its weight. In Asia alone, public procurement accounts from 12 to up to 20% of GDP. That by itself spells the massive impact public procurement brings into any economy. But how come, despite its scale, we still see problems in resource inequality, lack of access to public services, underserved communities? As most of us also know, budget alone won't suffice. If procurement is poorly designed or not designed at all, if the targeted objectives are not well defined, if the implementation plan lacks foresight, if past challenges do not inform future plans, no matter the best of intentions, no matter the innovative vision, no matter the huge budget earmark, it will never achieve the societal outcomes it's set to deliver without a strategically laid out procurement blueprint. As I say, the devil is always in the delivery. Which brings us to this question: billions procured, but who benefits? The reality on the ground is procurement is seen as a burdensome undertaking, particularly for MSMEs. While women owns a significant portion of SMEs, more than 50%, we do not formally track their participation in government procurement, thereby missing the opportunity to expand further their abilities to contract, and sadly, procurement projects rarely include job generation as an evaluation metrics. Procurement should not just be about moving money, it should be about moving the society forward. Thus, procurement is not just about figures, it's more about who gets left behind. We can't be spending billions and trillions of pesos and still be asking the question, why haven't things changed? Procurement ought to be a strategic imperative towards sustainable development, one that moves the needle towards meaningful SME participation, job creation, and gender-responsive procurement, as much as it moves the economy. One that raises quantitative targets as much as social metrics. This is where strategic spending becomes an effective procurement roadmap, where the procurement system is designed as a lever that enables several pathways in the achievement of societal outcomes. Procurement is not just about counting the kilometer of roads and bridges constructed. It's not about the number of healthcare facilities established or the number of beneficiaries of livelihood projects or numbers of electric cars purchased and laptops delivered, or even the time savings generated through automation. Procurement should instead be a measure of economic empowerment, inclusive growth, improved livelihoods, environmental sustainability, access to quality services, resilient communities, civic engagement, and most importantly, public trust. This is what true value for money is about. When procurement becomes a tool in realizing these societal outcomes, that's when procurement becomes truly transformational. And in the Philippines, this is how we have made things happen. One of the earliest success stories was the textbook count program. In the early 2000s, the textbook procurement was riddled with ghost deliveries and poor quality books. Through the textbook count project, the DepEd, with the support of the World Bank, partnered with civil society organization and private sector to monitor deliveries on the ground. The impact? Textbook prices dropped by over 50%. Printing quality dramatically improved, and most importantly, more learners received textbooks on time. Local SMEs were tapped for printing and logistics. Thus, textbook count project did not just improve education, it also supported small businesses. Many other similar initiatives followed. The DPWH and various LGUs, for instance, used procurement to employ local labor for small infrastructure projects. Instead of big contractors bringing in workers from outside, contracts were awarded in smaller pieces that local workers could handle. This helped keep jobs and income within the community. This is made even more possible with the 2021 Simplified Rules on Community Participation modality. Procurement has also been harnessed to advance sustainability and social inclusion. For example, projects like solar panel installation and waste recovery centers were designed to hire young people and women from the communities they serve. Back to education, currently the procurement of manipulative toys using non-endangered wood shows how even small purchasing decisions can contribute to environmental conservation as well as engaging PWD communities instead of big businesses. It is in these layers of impact, social, economic, and environmental, that make procurement a powerful strategic tool. Another critical pillar in supporting SMEs through the programs like Kapatid Mentor Me, SMEs were trained to become contract ready for government procurement. Big projects were unbundled into smaller SME manageable contracts. This simple move indeed created a more inclusive procurement environment where small businesses had a real shot in participating and growing. We also saw deliberate procurement strategies that empowered women entrepreneurs. In places like Cebu and Marikina, women's cooperatives are active in government contracting for school uniforms, food packs, and janitorial services. And through initiatives like Women Helping Women, Women-Led Tech, and social enterprises were procured for public use. This shows that procurement can be used not just to buy products or services, but to build gender-inclusive economic opportunities. I also want to add that currently the school-based feeding program of the Department of Education looks into science to ensure its effectiveness to improve learning outcomes and increase attendance of vulnerable learners from kindergarten to grade 6. Having established a link between improvement in nutritional status and literacy, more so for early years, as recognized by no less than President Bongbong Marcos, the DepEd school-based feeding program seeks to expand its rollout to 120-day universal feeding for kindergarten learners this coming school year, while still providing nutritious food products, hot meals, and milk to severely wasted and wasted learners from grades 1 to 6. It aims to alleviate hunger and improve long-term health and education outcomes that can eventually reduce government expenditure for preventable childhood diseases and literacy remediation, prevention rather than cure. The program, as evidenced by the increase in local farmer groups and MSMEs participating, can also generate jobs and enhance local economies due to its preference for localized procurement made possible with the use of community participation. I also wish to add that the current temporary learning spaces of the Department of Education is now being rebranded to Disaster Response Assistance for Learning Continuity Package. So instead of constructing temporary but long-term classrooms, we are now going into innovative solutions by constructing mobile, transportable learning spaces that are pre-positioned even before calamities strike a school area or a school's division. But in all this, we should never lose sight of accountability and procurement. As DBM Secretary Mina Pangandaman once said, the passage of RA 12009, or the New Government Procurement Act, is the biggest anti-corruption law in modern times. So if procurement aims to deliver our societal goals, who is accountable when it doesn't? We all should be. And how do we ensure this? We engage our local communities. In the DepEd textbook count, communities themselves using carabaos or water buffaloes, our national animal, which apropos symbolizes hard work, delivered the textbook to schools. Mindful of last mile schools where deliveries is almost impossible, Coca-Cola trucks delivering to faraway sari-sari stores were also tapped to deliver the textbook to last mile schools. And all this happened without a single centavo passing on as incentives to CSOs or being spent by government. This happened through effective community engagement, one of the pathways towards achieving societal outcomes through public procurement. In the Philippines, accountability means also taking steps in using beneficial ownership information so we can see the real owners behind bidding companies, enhancing transparency and avoiding conflicts of interest. We also recognize civil society as procurement monitors, using digital tools to make access to information easier. And more importantly, professionalizing procurement workforce to ensure professional and dedicated officers that manage public procurement. To strengthen the integrity of procurement, the Philippines aim to carve a niche in the use of beneficial ownership information in public procurement. What does this mean? It means that companies bidding for government contracts are now required to disclose who are the ultimate owners. Here, we are using beneficial ownership information as a policy tool in mitigating corruption as well as illicit financial flows. The use of beneficial ownership information in public procurement aims to unmask the intricate web and networks of cross-ownership, layers of transfer to obscure beneficial ownership in order to monopolize government bidding, collude with government officials, and conceal the proceeds of corruption. We also plan to establish a beneficial ownership transparency portal, so this information is not hidden. It is accessible, albeit in a tiered approach, verifiable, and usable for scrutiny across many users. Another critical peril of accountability is realizing civil society organization into procurement processes. While CSOs are part of public procurement in the Philippines, as observers, we have seen their dwindling participation because of lack of access. With technical support from the World Bank, we were able to establish the Philippine Procurement Observers Portal ahead of the issuance of the NGPA IRR. This is the Philippines, I always say, very own Tinder, Bumble, or Cupid, specifically for public procurement, where procuring entities and CSO observers meet and are matched with one another. We've also digitalized access to procurement monitoring data, making information more open, timely, and user-friendly. We are not reinventing the wheel. We're building on proven models of civic engagement where active citizen participation leads to better oversight and better outcomes, because ultimately, procurement is stronger when people are watching. Finally, true accountability means having the right people running procurement. In the Philippines, we don't currently have dedicated procurement positions that are based on a competency framework. We wish to create positions based on competency framework. We will also be licensing procurement officers and establishing a strong code of ethics, because at the end of the day, strategic procurement can only happen if the system is trusted, professional, and accountable. To support this, we established the Procurement Professionals Online Hub, or ProHub, in 2023, which has since registered over 43,000 procurement practitioners all over the Philippines. With this, procurement will move from a compliance mindset to a mission-driven culture that truly serves the people. I can only hope that this year's East Asia Pacific International Public Procurement Conference become another policy sandbox for us procurement reformers. The 2025 EAP is not about box ticking. It's about using procurement to respond to real needs, creating jobs, supporting small businesses, empowering women, and building public's trust. It's about making sure that in the EAP, and especially here in the Philippines, procurement truly works for the people. Finally, if you'd like to continue the conversation, explore collaboration opportunities, feel free to scan the QR code on the screen. Thank you so much for listening, and more importantly, for believing that procurement can and should be a force for good. Maraming salamat po, and again, a pleasant morning to everyone.
Thank you so much, 𝗘𝗀𝗏. Thank you for your very insightful presentation on how we can use procurement as a leverage to fulfill societal mandates and for reminding us that everyone is accountable for fulfilling our societal goals. So now let's build on those insights with perspectives from our panel of discussants. May I kindly invite them to join us on stage? We are joined today by esteemed leaders in procurement from across the region. Allow me to briefly introduce them. Mr. 𝗘𝗀𝗁 𝗏𝗰𝗼, Head of Procurement, Ministry of Finance, Strategic Planning, National Development and Statistics, Fiji. Mr. 𝗘𝗀𝗶𝗵, Practice Manager for Institutions, EAP Region of the World Bank. Mr. Jeff Taylor, Chief Procurement Officer of the Asian Development Bank. And Ms. 𝗔𝗀𝗏 𝗔𝗀𝗏, Legal Officer, Professional Level of the Comptroller's General Department, Ministry of Thailand. Minister Thailand. Thank you all for being here. Thanks so much. So let's begin by setting the stage for today's discussion. Building on 𝗘𝗀𝗏𝗏's insights a while ago, how does your organization use procurement as a strategic tool for social impact? Could you share one challenge and your approach? Should we start with Jeff?
By all means. Is that coming through okay? Yeah. Procurement was much more fun 38 years ago when I started this. It was about being nasty to suppliers and telling your clients no, they couldn't have what they wanted. It was very straightforward. I'm delighted to see over my career how much it has evolved, and I think 𝗏𝗏's presentation was excellent to show the scope and potential of what procurement can actually deliver. The biggest challenge, I think, in delivering sustainable procurement is first determining what your sustainability goals are, whether they're environmental, whether they're social, whether they're governance, whether they're economic, or whether they're a combination of all four and the complexity that that brings. Meeting that challenge takes definement and measurement. How am I going to measure what I'm doing? In the context of Asia and Pacific, one of the biggest economic development and social challenges is sustainability in economic and social terms. And I know World Bank and I know Fiji, we're all looking at this very hard. How do our large infrastructure investments result in better lives for the affected communities beyond just building a road or a hospital or a school? How do we increase the levels of engagement with SMEs, with the local labour force? So one of the priorities we're looking at in the context of the Pacific and the small island states there is their specific challenge about sustainability, about local engagement, local employment. In Fiji on the Bridges program, we're using the Build for Skills program, which is a vocational training program, and we're asking the contractors or requiring the contractors to take trainees from those programs and integrate them into the construction contracts. We've seen it work very well in Mongolia, for example, where 75% of those trainees ended up staying as full-time employees with the contractors. And we need to think about it not of just what I'm buying, but how am I going to buy it? How am I going to measure value? How am I going to make sure that the contractor delivers value beyond just the construction process, but over the useful life of the asset, which when you're looking at infrastructure is 15, 25, 50 years or so. Not easy, but very, very rewarding. Another area we were looking at particularly is measurement of embodied carbon in the construction process. The built environment accounts for between 35 and 45% of global carbon emissions, depending on who you ask and how you measure it. How can we look at reducing embodied carbon? Looking at alternative materials such as bamboo instead of steel in certain structures and mass timber and so on. So there are many, many ways we can do it, and we should be trying to do it. And I'm actually very proud and pleased to see this community looking at it inclusively and cohesively and coherently to see how we can improve things. And the many, many, many small ways. I'll stop there. Over 2 minutes, wasn't it, Kirby?
Thank you so much, Jeff, for sharing, of course, the challenges of sustainability. As Yusek Ruiz mentioned, the devil is in the delivery. Yeah. And do you any thoughts on this?
Hello? 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 Thank you. Within our organization, I guess the most important, one of the most important fundamental operational policy change that happened, at least in the last 3 years, was the procurement reform done in 2016. That reform came very clear with a vision, which is going to be value for money, building on sustainability with integrity. That had helped us to move ahead with the different approaches at different levels. And just in the case of East Asia Pacific, I'm very proud to mention that, for example, in the context of the Pacific, many clients, many friends from the Pacific here, we are, together with the Asian Development Bank, we are working on promoting the local context and the local labor in the context of procurement. Because in those areas, those contracts may be too big for the local contractors and too small for the international contractors. So what we can do. In the context of, for example, an area that is very close to my heart is gender responsive procurement. I'm very happy to report that we have been doing some work in Vietnam, in Indonesia, and also here in the Philippines. When it comes to environmental aspect, as I mentioned before, I'm very happy to be a partner of choice in supporting the government of the Philippines in order to implement the green procurement roadmap. This is an area that is very important in the context of social. We can go on and on and on, but I guess that when it comes to the challenge, there are several legal, institutional, operational challenges that we can go. And I guess one of the big challenges that Jeff mentioned here is going to be how to measure the impact of these interventions. But also I can see that challenge as an opportunity. And I give an example. This is the forum that we are talking about procurement beyond administrative function. This is a forum we are talking about procurement as a way to incorporate complex social, economic, and environmental aspects. And one of the most important opportunities I have, at least in the context of at least talking about my team or my clients, is the opportunity to transform this function by doing the work. And I give an example. Last night I was corresponding with one of my clients, one of my staff, and we were discussing about how to incorporate better procurement in a policy law. Never happened before. 20 years ago, 10 years ago, procurement was not a part of policy discussion. And last night I was corresponding with one of my staff in the context of the potential policy launch here in the Philippines, how to incorporate the good work that they are doing in the context of jobs, in the context of saving, in that particular policy law. So for me, one of the opportunities is going to be the transformative power that this new function is giving to us, and for that, we need to re-educate ourselves. I will stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dio, for that insight. And Simone?
Thank you. What has been very interesting when we look at the presentation done by Philippines and we look at all the reforms done by various other countries is that procurement has taken a very pragmatic approach to public procurement. Maybe because we are so down the ladder, we have to be a bit more pragmatic. If you look at the key initiatives that Philippines had introduced, there was just tweaks in their policies that drove a lot of these changes, and that's something that Fiji is looking to do. We are not overhauling our big procurement policy. We are just doing simple tweaks to drive policy direction and to set a platform for sustainable procurement. And I think one of the key good examples that I can provide is value for money. If you look at value for money, a lot of the decisions that are made, procurement decisions, are based on value for money. So how you define value for money then drives what kind of suppliers people choose, what kind of products people use. So in Fiji, the way we've looked at it is, above a certain threshold, the value for money definition now includes societal impacts, not just lowest impact. So thinking if we expand and value for money, definition of value for money, it should then have impacts down the line. We understand that as a procurement office, we do not do the procurement ourselves. We just do the policies and the regulations. And it is important for us to make sure that the definitions are very clear so that people on the ground do this properly. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Hello. Okay, I will share from the Thailand context. In Thailand, we are also using the procurement not just as a compliance mechanism, but also a strategic tool to deliver the policy. And in fiscal year 2024, last year, we had over 6 million procurement projects and totaling of more than 1 trillion baht in public spending. So when we talk about the procurement as a strategic tool, we really talk about something that can shape national direction in the real way. So at the Comptroller General's Department, which is under the Ministry of Finance, we oversee both regulation framework and the digital platform we call EGP, Electronic Government Procurement. So this gives us a strong foundation to drive system-wide changes aligned with public policy. So one of the most impactful area that I want to mention has been our work to support the SME. We issue the regulation allowing government agency to use specific procurement methods, which allow the government agency to directly select the qualified SME into the procurement project, which for the project under 500,000 baht. And this help to ensure that smaller businesses have a meaningful access to government contracts. In addition, we have a price preference policy for SME, which means that if SME bid is no more than 10% higher than the lowest bid from another supplier, then the agency is required to select the SME. As a result, nearly 47% of our procurement budget in 2024 last year, which is more than 784 billion baht, went to SME. So this is a huge step towards inclusive growth. And about the challenge, I want to mention is to build the capacity at the operational level. We have to ensure that they are confident to apply the regulation, to use the regulation as a policy tool. So to address this issue, we have a training program for them. And we also have a live chat to respond them when they have a problem, like in a real time. We also enhance the capacity of the electronic platform to make it more easier and more user-friendly that allow them to use more easily. So at the end of the day, we see procurement as a bridge between the people and the policy. So in Thailand, we are committing to use procurement not just as a process, but as a tool to build more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Thailand.
Yeah. Thank you so much, discussants, for sharing how your organizations are using procurement as a strategic tool for social impact. So, to Mr. Simony, I have a question. Congratulations on the new Fiji procurement regulations of 2024. So we would like to know how this new law strengthens transparency and integrates sustainable principles into your procurement framework.
Thank you. As I mentioned, we have made some tweaks in our procurement regulations just to drive change. And one of the key things that we focused on with assistance of World Bank and ADB is the increase in our procurement principles. Our procurement principles now include sustainable procurement and risk management. Really, the thinking is procurement principles drive your regulations, the regulations should drive your actions. So if you set our procurement principles right, then it will drive your all other actions. One of the issues that we had in Fiji is our regulations was only for the central government, the ministries and departments. What we've done in the new regulations is the principles now will have to be, if you receive any government money from government, you will have to comply to the procurement principles. Even though you may not have to apply to the other procedures, you will have to apply the procurement principles. This is just for us to drive, that policy, that direction towards sustainable procurement and risk management. So that's the key change in one of the regulations. In terms of transparency, there's a mandated transparency. And I've always mentioned it can be transparent reality, but it is also important that you are transparent in perception. Because if people perceive that you are not transparent, even though you are transparent, then all the good work that you've done will come into, that does not bear fruits. So it's important that we advertise when we when we've been transparent, we ensure that people have access to this information. So that's something that we are working towards. How do we get people to have access, especially in Fiji, where the reach of the internet is not that great? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simony. And to Dio, how has the World Bank used procurement to generate employment opportunities, particularly the SMEs and underrepresented groups like women in the region?
Hello? Hello? Okay, we need to start saying that procurement is a driver for job creation. Clearly, no? So the question here is that, are we creating sustainable jobs? And this is a question that we need to pose ourselves. I'm reflecting on the presentation of the data that was provided by Thailand, also by the alternative risk. And one area that we need to focus more and more is going to be enhancing participation of small and medium enterprise into procurement. Data shows that 90% worldwide of the employment is generated by small and medium enterprise. Just in Asia, East Asia Pacific, I need to double check that, but I guess up to 50% of the employment is generated by small and medium enterprise, which has been established for more than 10 years. What that means? It means that if we are going to use public procurement as an instrumental tool to generate jobs, we should consider a small and medium enterprise. I'm very happy to hear the numbers that Thailand shared with us, 48% on value. In that context, there are some challenges, and I'm going to share some of the challenges that we have identified. One, the complexity or the formality or the procurement sometimes is not well digested by small and medium enterprise, and also gender-responsive procurement. Those documents, thousands of pages, are very well understood only by lawyers, and in fact, you need to hire a lawyer in order to put together a proposal. So simplification has to be one of the ways moving forward. Another aspect that has been a challenge is going to be, or is, the lack of access to opportunity, understanding the opportunities, and the procurement platform that you are discussing here is a fundamental as well. But one of the most fundamental challenges that the small and medium enterprise and also gender-responsive procurement, women-led procurement face is about the access of finance. And that is a bigger challenge here beyond procurement. It's a challenge that also needs to be as part of the public financial management. However, they can afford delays in the selection process, and they can afford delays in payment. And there are two areas that we can control ourselves. So yes, the World Bank jobs is one of the priorities. In fact, last week, IMF World Bank conference in Washington, D.C., jobs creation was the most important themes. We are looking forward to work with all of you in enhancing the creation of jobs in procurement. Beyond SME, there are other areas where we can explore. But again, there are some challenges that we need to acknowledge, and we need to start working on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dio. That's very insightful, because procurement has always been known to deliver services such as roads, healthcare, and I think it's only recent that people are thinking of it as a tool for job creation. Yeah.
I just want to complement here, and it's not an easy task. In fact, one of the challenges that we have ourselves, I have been discussing that with my team and actually at the global level, is about how to measure the impact. But we need to start with something, okay? It's very important.
Thank you so much, Dio. And I think that was echoed by Jeff earlier, that it's very difficult to measure impact and also to focus on sustainable procurement practices. So with that, I want to ask Jeff, as ADB's Chief Procurement Officer, how are you leveraging sustainable procurement practices to address diverse development priorities from Pacific Island nations to Central and West Asia?
Okay, it's not easy, but it's fun, and it's rewarding. Many of the development challenges faced by both developed countries and developing are similar. It's about social engagement. It's about, right now, climate change, if we're allowed to mention that, but it remains a critically important issue. It's about protecting the environment, and if you look at the Blue Oceans Initiative and the small island states as well, it's about marine biodiversity and ecology, and we have to be looking at ways of addressing that. So the ways of addressing the challenges we face across this huge range of issues is common. We have to recognize the circumstance is local and different and varies. You can take, and I think Simone's point about the principles driving it, you can apply the principles of local employment, of local SME development, and so forth. You can think about it in different ways, though. You don't have to say this is about employing locals. You can say this is about shortening the supply chain, improving resiliency, reducing carbon emissions from logistics, looking at the sustainability of the asset. These are all valid, hard economic reasons to actually also incorporate local labor and local SMEs into the procurement process that are not controversial. You know, shorter supply chain, less carbon produced, simple. Looking at the maintenance and operation of an asset and its longevity, well, that's essential to your initial investment anyway. You know, if the asset's going to decline and fall out of use in 5 years' time, it's wasted money. You want to be looking at it at 25 years. So ask the contractor, how are you going to maintain this asset? Because you're going to be asked to maintain it. Start thinking about, you know, big contractors want to walk away. You know, their job is building things, walking away, going to the next job. But start saying, I care about the longevity of this asset. What are you going to put in place to make sure it's maintained over its life? I'm going to contract for this, or I need you to subcontract for this as part of your bidding process and give me a 3-year construction contract and a 15-year maintenance contract. Think about these things in other ways. And those approaches are common to across Asia and the Pacific and Central West Asia. Look at the Indian model of hybrid annuity road contracts, where you put the contractor on the hook, and these are all domestic contractors, on the hook for 15 to 25 years for the maintenance of that road. The other thing we need to think about when we're talking about SMEs and sustainability and economic development is the biggest cause of bankruptcy in SMEs is not profitability, it's cash flow. Okay, it's late payment by the governments, by the public sector. Think about not just procurement policy, but think about, you know, India has some legislation, which is not bad. It just doesn't apply to the whole economic sector, by which it's actually illegal to withhold payment to SMEs. You pay them and then try and get the money back. The problem is they set the bar way too low, so it's very, very small companies. Think about, you know, in contract law, can you make it illegal to have pay when paid clauses on contractors, which means the prime contractor withholds payment until it receives payment? Can you ban those? Can you also introduce it being illegal for the government to pay late unless there's a dispute? So there's many ways to think about making procurement more sustainable. You know, payment clauses aren't very green, they aren't very labor positive, but they actually are. If you can keep that cash flowing to the USMEs, they can keep employing, they can keep, you know, contributing, and perhaps grow until they're an ME and then a big one. Everyone started small, pretty much. So there's many ways to do it, and that's what makes it fun, interesting, and rewarding.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Speaking of delayed payments by governments, I would like to ask Kun Bunyaporn on the 2017 Act and the EGP system. So how do these improve transparency and efficiency in public spending?
Yes, I like to mention that before the reform, we have like each agency has its own regulation and the system. But when we reform in 2017, we have a single standardized framework for all the government agencies, including the state, enterprise, and local government organization. So this encourage a uniform of regulation, and the reform is also encourage public participation and introduce formal mechanism for appeals, which help prevent corruption and strengthen accountability. And one major shift was moving away from awarding contract by considering the price only. We now allow the government officers to consider both price and quality to ensure that the government spending is truly delivered the value for money. And on the technology side, we have EGP system, and we enhance the capacity of the system, which is now support almost every stage of the procurement process. And the system is a real-time access, making it fully traceable and auditable, so everyone can view the procurement data, which is greatly improve the transparency. And we also adopt the blockchain technology into our process to strengthen security and trust in the system. We use blockchain to issue e-letters of guarantee and e-credit confirmation. And recently, we expand to use blockchain into our bidding process, and where the price proposals are securely encrypted until the bidding deadline. So this prevents early leaks of sensitive information and reinforce public trust in the fairness of the system. And altogether, this reform helps us move forward the procurement system that is not only more efficiency and transparent, but also aligned with broader policy goals just like sustainable and fairness and inclusive growth.
Thank you so much, 𝗘𝘀𝗁 for that example of how digitalization can help increase transparency in public procurement processes. So as we have heard from our panelists, we've heard several examples of how procurement can be used as a strategic tool for gender inclusivity, for jobs creation, and for increasing public trust in our public institutions. So now before we open the floor for Q&A, I would also like to invite 𝗔𝗀𝗏 𝗔𝗰𝗍 to join us. So today we will gather 3 questions first before we turn to our panelists. And if time permits, we will gather 3 more. So here are the first 3 questions, and anybody can elect to answer. First, do your countries face tension to balance opening procurement opportunities to overseas suppliers while supporting local SMEs? Second question, 𝗔𝗀𝗏 𝗔𝗰𝗍 emphasized that the devil is in the delivery of government procurement. In the pursuit to simplify procurement, how can we still ensure accountability? And for the third question, what mechanism can we adopt to ensure societal issues are considered in procurement? And how can we ensure suppliers generally address these issues? So first question.
Okay, on the first question, how do you look after local suppliers whilst opening it up to the maximum competition? They are in conflict to a degree, but if you go back to economic fundamentals, protectionism costs your ultimate stakeholder, which is the taxpayer, more money. So you will be protecting the business environment at the expense of your constituent population. It is about creating that environment that allows your domestic economies and actors in it to thrive. So a business-friendly SME environment. And then you'll actually find, as you take a look at India, you take a look at the way that Bangladesh is evolving and the way that the Philippines is evolving economically, you will actually then find that the domestic market is becoming more and more competitive, offering great price points, offering higher quality. And the overseas actors that were here will be leaving because they can't compete with those domestic supply chains. And it's about managing the domestic supply chain as well. Supply chains are not portable, they are not replicable. So you can't be very, very good in America and just turn up in India and expect to be very, very good. You won't be. You have to build those supply chains. So those supply chains are made up of indigenous domestic SMEs. So it's about looking after and having a business-friendly environment, you know, timely payment, access to opportunity and so forth, that stimulates economic development domestically, and then you don't care about the international. They may come when they're offering something new and additional, new technology, and that's great, and that's fine. But as long as you have a favorable domestic economic criteria, you'll be fine. So you don't need to put protections and tariffs. You may want to target the development. For example, we saw this with vaccines. You may wish to target that for strategic purposes. You know, you could develop an mRNA vaccine manufacturing facility, fine. You'll need 750 million up front, and it's going to take you 5 to 10 years to get WHO accreditation, but that's fine. And that's a deliberate decision. It will cost you a lot more per drug, but you will then be resilient next time there's a pandemic. That's a strategic decision of medical policy, if you like. But don't confuse it with the procurement decision. And make it eyes wide open.
Thanks, Jeff. If I may just add, yes, indeed, there is an inherent tension between, domestic local preference and procurement given the competition policy. But I'd like to think that's where the Tatak Pinoy law comes in. It's relatively new, and the idea is precisely to be more strategic. Whilst before it's more wholesale domestic preference, in the Tatak Pinoy law, there's a council that would identify specific areas or industries that would need to be competitive. It's not really outright protectionism. You know, we have to find our niche. What would be that industry where the Philippines would have a comparative advantage? And in the meantime, for a period of 10 years, we'll be able to help them build that competitive advantage against the international suppliers. And when that happens, the period of the Tatak Pinoy policy preference or support, if you'd call it, is limited to that 10-year period, which means there has to be a clear roadmap. It's not like continuing support, continuing preference without any, goal in mind. So I guess that's how I think the Philippines is tackling it. And to be fair, it's not something limited to the Philippines. We saw Buy America, Buy American. We saw that even during the pandemic, where the ECMO machines were not allowed to be sold outside of the US. No, that's a Trump policy, by the way. And we see this happening also in other European countries, with the move of France to nationalize cloud computing services at some point. So we see this happening in various industries. I guess what's important is there's a clear focus, there's a clear strategy, there's a clear vision in mind. I'll stop there. Thank you.
I want to complement. I guess we need two different themes. One is going to be those reactive industrial policies that is going to create absolute term protectionism, that at the end is going to probably generate situations like higher price, less competition, and even killing the own local market. Vis-a-vis another approaches that we are talking about, probably better consider the local contents in particular circumstances. I just want to build on Attorney Ruiz was mentioning about industry. There are some industry that the country may be in the position or they need to develop, and you have not the knowledge, you don't have the know-how. Use the rating criteria, use quality in order to buy not only the service, the product, but also to invite international companies, those that have the knowledge, the information, to transfer that into the local market. So basically, that is one of the most powerful tools that we have, the better use to the rating criteria of the quality into the evaluation of the bids, but there needs to be targeted very well. It's very interesting that all the discussion that we're talking about is that how to better incorporate industrial policy, local contents, or jobs in the context of procurement right now. It's a completely different discussion that we may have 20 years ago, where we were talking about bidding documents, and specific requirements. That means that we need to start thinking about the profile of ourselves and the future generation of the procurement family as well. This is a very important point. I just wanted to bring that because you mentioned that. Stop here.
From a small island a state perspective, sometimes we have no choice really. We'll have to use overseas countries for a lot of the services. But one of the things that we can think about is how can we drive CSR into the procurement contract? How can we get the overseas company to transfer some of those knowledge and some of those skills locally so we can build it? So from our perspective, there are certain things that we will not produce, we cannot do, but can we take advantage of the skills? Then yes. So can we use procurement to drive CSR? Then that's definitely something we can do. Thank you.
Yes. The next question is, Yusek Ruiz emphasized that the devil is in the delivery of government procurement in the pursuit to simplify procurement. How can we still ensure accountability?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And I think it's premised on the thinking that accountability means requirements, documentary requirements, conditions, processes. I think we will all agree that internationally we're moving away from very stringent processes, moving away from focusing on selection criteria and all that. We're really looking into the overall aspect of procurement. And that's where a whole of systems approach. Digital tools are very, very important. So don't just look into conditions, look into the documentary requirements, look into checklists. We have to really move away from a compliance mindset. We have to be more strategic. Digital tools are very, very important, but with digital tools, I always say it has to be end-to-end, and that's why there's an integration principle in the new Government Procurement Act. For any system that has human intervention, you can never really ensure that there won't be any issue or corruption. It has to be end-to-end, digital tools. Like what I mentioned earlier, policies like in beneficial ownership, if you have ingrained that into the system, and meaningful engagement of civil societies, in the private sector, in the public in general. We saw this during the pandemic very, very quickly. A journalist from one of our newspaper inquired, why is it that AAA company blacklisted as posted in your online blacklisting portal was also awarded a 200 million peso contract in your GPPB online portal during the pandemic. So that enabled action coming from oversight from the agency themselves to actually terminate the contract. So that's how engagement with the public allows for real accountability. And I think at the end of the day, we really have to shift our thinking with procurement being just something we have to do because COA requires it, because the law says we require it. We really have to look at how we can use procurement as a strategic tool towards whatever outcomes, whether it learning outcomes, whether it lower poverty rates, etc. And I think that particular thinking would really enable for a more systemic approach rather than looking into a specific modality and checking one by one. Are we strict enough? Do we have all the documents enough to make sure that there's no corruption, that this will be awarded fully? When we see this in government, no matter how strict you become, you will always have issues come implementation. Because again, the devil is always in the delivery. Thank you.
And for the third question, what mechanism can we adopt to ensure societal issues are considered in procurement? And how can we ensure suppliers genuinely address these issues?
I think Sione's experience here will be great. But measures like one of the things ADB will be asking for we do a lot of large construction contracts. Okay, what's your labor mobilization plan? What is your community outreach plan? What are your terms of resourcing over the maintenance? We're not as advanced as the World Bank are in women-owned businesses. We will, I expect, get there. But perhaps perspective from Thailand and Fiji would be very good here because you're actually doing it. We're just we're remote.
Yes, so for Fidji's case, what we're looking at, in terms of how can we get societal incomes in a procurement is above a certain threshold, the value for money definition now includes societal effects. And a lot of people, when we introduced this, they were thinking this is too much work, there's a lot of work. And we pointed out there are already social policy mandates that are already done by government. All we need to do is how can we achieve the social mandates that is already there through procurement. So it's sometimes we tend to overthink some of these actions when we can just be pragmatic. And government has already thought about what are things that need to be done. Women businesses need to be grown, SMEs. They don't really need to rethink it. They just need to relook at some of what are policy mandates you can attach to your procurement and then apply it to your scoring. Thank you.
The question? What mechanism can we adopt to ensure societal issues are considered in procurement, and how can we ensure suppliers genuinely address these issues? Can you repeat? Yes. What mechanism can we adopt to ensure societal issues are considered in procurement? And how can we ensure suppliers genuinely address these issues? But more importantly, 𝗘𝘀𝗁, there's another question from Slido, specifically for Thailand. So for Thailand, looking at non-price value for money factors, what's been the implementation experience, especially giving procurers the confidence to make decisions?
For the price?
Yes, looking at non-price value for money factors, what's been the implementation experience, especially giving procurers the confidence to make decisions?
Oh, quality. Oh, yeah, I mentioned that we used, the reform, we moving away from we consider the lowest price only, right? And we consider both price and the quality. In our process, when we settle the contract, we have to regulate, stipulate the specific question to the contractor, such as how they service, how they have after service after the procurement, or how the technical mechanism that you used for this product or these services. So and with this question, we scoring them. And so I think with the scoring mechanism, we can certify that this service or this product have real quality. We cannot certify or confirm the quality of such product, but we kind of make sure mostly that the product is in good quality.
Thank you so much.
I just want to compliment. I guess one of the things I have noticed in the application of the applying non-price factors into procurement, the first thing, one of the challenges that we have is that if you come to, as a development partner, if we go to a Ministry of Finance and trying to explain that what is important to include gender-responsive procurement, or what is important to enhance the participation of local communities, etc., etc. The first reaction, the first thinking, the implementing agency, not shouldn't be just the Ministry of Finance, is going to be, oh, it's going to be more costly. It's going to be too expensive, it's going to be too difficult, it's going to take more time, and this needs to be done by yesterday, and we have a very limited budget. And what is the lesson learned that we have here is that we need to move from reactive approach to more proactive approach, to think ahead, to understand what is going to be the budget planning of the investment plan that they have at the agency, and trying to identify which are those contracts where are more suitable the use of the specific policies. The first one. The second one is that if this kind of exercise transforming the way how we do business. We don't need to become medical experts, we don't need to become educators, but we need to become better understandable, we need to understand better the business that is brought to our attention. For example, data is very important for us in order to understand, for example, market conditions, etc. What is the market? But also we need to better understand what is the technical condition of a particular contract for us to be in the position to advise. This is a very transformative way how we want to continue doing business, and it's very challenging. But you need to, one of the aspects that we are using more and more is going to be planning, trying to bring in advance, besides whether or not it's an issue of compliance, trying to bring in advance why gender participation is important. And to that end, sometimes we need to rely a lot and understand some of the analytical studies that have been done by the poverty team, etc., the expert on that area. So it's moving ahead. What I'm trying to say is that the function that we had 10 years ago is completely different from what is expected right now. And for us to implement sustainability, we cannot be static. We need to be more dynamic than trying to understand the business that is putting in front of us. It's not just procurement, it's about how to procure better for the people.
Very quickly on the mechanism, I want to complement what Dio just mentioned. I think gone are the days that procurement is purely tactical. It has to be strategic, so I want to focus on planning. How do you ensure that societal outcomes are embedded? By proper planning, because you need to understand what is the object of your program, say school-based feeding program. If you're not going to think about what is the objective, is it just to feed all the learners, no matter what the grade level, no matter the type of food, not understanding the science of really engaging with, looking at it from the kindergarten level, because it's too late if you're going to, feed wasted and severely wasted learners come grade 3. So that, I think, is very, very important. Alongside with planning is engagement. Now, when we were working on the new Government Procurement Act, the first engagement that I had in mind was with the COA. If you do this on the side of procurement, but COA doesn't understand, the audit institution, your supreme audit institution, it would be for naught. They wouldn't understand, and they would just tell you, because there's premium to this. We cannot say it's more economical to go green, more economical to do gender responsive. There's premium to this. But again, for what value? And that's where value for money, the societal aspect of value for money comes in. You have to engage with suppliers during market scoping. You need to understand what they can offer and what you need, because otherwise you'll have a specification that is not available on earth because you just never bothered to engage with your suppliers. And more importantly, you have to engage with your procurers. Do they understand what to do, or they're just simply doing business as usual, copy-paste mechanism, slide over 10% on top of cost, because they were not capacitated enough and they were not part of the planning aspect. And I think all of this is really institutional. It will not happen overnight. It takes European countries and even development partners decades and decades and decades of enhancing and further enhancing. And I think we just should really have that sense of just improving and keep on improving, not to reinvent, but just to keep on improving, because we cannot remain convenient in the tools that we have. And that's why fora like this one helps. And I always say this, I mentioned earlier, it's good to have some confidence in exploring policies in fora like this, because it's like, to my mind, a policy sandbox. you know, Thailand tried this, Germany did this, partners did this. What could the Philippines learn and what could the Philippines explore? So I end there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe we can take some questions from the audience, if there are any. Yes, sir.
All right. Can you hear me? Okay, great. My name is 𝗑𝗀𝗃, come from the U.S. Fascinating conversation. One thing that we learned, that I was previously in the Obama administration as Chief Innovation Officer, so we had a lot of things to do. But one thing that I've heard is, you know, the power of the people, right? Over here. We implemented a lot of agile development principles from on the technology side onto more on the functioning side. And I'm just curious as to how are you thinking about education and procurement? Because no one goes to university for procurement. That doesn't exist, but it should exist, right? Because you're creating that baseline, that educational baseline, and then from there everything grows, right? How are you addressing those needs, so like that you're not starting from zero once people begin working either in local, regional, or federal government?
I'd like to answer based on what's included in the new law. So we've included professionalization in the new law. And the idea there really is, well, currently we don't have standalone positions just for procurement. We're going to do it gradually, so there's a transition period because it can't be overnight. The idea is we're going to create positions that are based on competencies, because currently positions are created administratively. So it's as if procurement is just admin. So there has to be technical and non-technical positions. Apart from that, there's going to be a licensing mechanism so that it would truly become professional. There's two schools of thought in terms of professionalization. Ours is, I guess, a traditional in terms of licensing. That's what's in the law. And finally, a code of ethics. Because at the end of the day, it has to be holistic. And in terms of learning, I mentioned earlier, we've established the Pro Hub. The idea is that learning should, to my mind, be more agile, more, you know, bits and pieces. You can't do, it's not like you're going to have a master's degree in procurement and be very good at it already. Has to be that level, kind of tiered approach in terms of what level you are. And so these are the, you know, the courses or the learning, you know, opportunities that's available online, and has to be interactive, has to be something that would really steer some questions into your mind instead of just memorizing conditions, procedures, etc. So that's broad strokes, that's what we're thinking in terms of the professionalization in the Philippines.
Thank you. I just want to comment your question. The fact that we don't, probably 20 years ago, didn't have any any university degree procurement reflects something, no? The perception how they saw us. The good news is that over the last year there have been master degree programs, there have been government-led professionalization programs, etc. In my institution, the World Bank, I believe that we have an incredible common of accumulated knowledge of different areas and sectors in procurement. We have lawyers, we have engineers, we have architects, we have everything. So what we need to do is take that operation, that capacity, that experience, nobody's going to take away from you. What we need to do as a manager is to retrain people, to have the opportunities for those who want to learn aspects of such as sustainability, gender, jobs, etc., showing the right way and giving the opportunity for them to learn and apply. Personally, I believe the best way to learn is, besides the formal education, is going to be on the job. And giving people the opportunity, and also understand that sometimes we made a mistake, but the intention is to learn from the mistake, move forward. This is very important. This is the way how we at least manage the aspect of professionalization and vis-a-vis all the new requirements in procurement in East Asia Pacific, at least in my team.
Sorry, I just like to compliment that in Thailand we don't have like a master of procurement as well, but we have like a job training, and we got like a certification for the procurement officer. So I think that helps the procurement officer to like confident to procure or to do their job. Yes, I think like a certification or something like that could help.
Thank you. Thank you. And then one follow-up question. I heard specifically from the gentleman from Fiji about the importance of, focusing on local vendors, right? Local know-how. So how are you starting to think about that? For example, in the United States, like skills and knowledge transfer is very, very important, right? Especially when you're working with like overseas vendors. So like that, they don't take all the experience of your project and then take it with them, and then that is gone. And that happens a lot in international development. So how are you beginning to think about that? So like that, all the skills stay at home and you're focusing on the development of that local vendor pool through very simple practices. And I'll give you a quick example so you can react to it. Is on the educational side, when I was in government, we always provided free and open winning bids, all the narration, all the summaries for everyone to react to and to learn from, so like that they knew how to build better proposals. So thank you very much.
During COVID, COVID was bad, but one of the good things that came out of COVID was it brought procurement and supply chain to the fore. So it became much more important. So even in Fiji, the local universities are providing professional diplomas in procurement. As even countries like Fiji are now realizing the importance of procurement. So the key question to your question, one of the things that we are working on is how do we get skills transfer using public procurement? So one of the things that we've learned from ADB, from World Bank, from the Australians, is can we add as a part of the procurement specification a requirement for skills training? If you are to be given this job, one of the requirements is that you have to have an apprentice scheme, example, or transfer certain skills, or partner with a local firm. So that's something that is happening in Fiji, especially for the big building, for the big builds. Can we have partnership? Can we have apprenticeships? Can we have skills training? And you have to prove this. And there is now a KPI in the contract that then you can be managed against. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all of your questions. And unfortunately, the time is already up. So I would like to thank 𝗔𝗀𝗏 and our panelists for this very insightful panel. I think today we have learned that procurement can be a strategic tool to achieve our societal goals, but also we need also the environment to make procurement as effective and as efficient it can be to become a tool such as a healthy business environment and also having sustainability frameworks. So thank you so much to everyone, and I would like to turn over to our host.
Thank you. Thanks to our panelists for sharing how procurement drives inclusive, sustainable growth, and to Attorney 𝗘𝗀𝗏 for expertly leading the conversation. We'll have a photo op on the stage before we break for lunch. Thank you. Okay, I'm pretty sure you are already hungry. Yes. Your wish is our command. So it's time to recharge. Lunch is served at the cocina. So please follow the signs or ask our ushers for directions. We will resume at 1:30 p.m. So please be early. Don't forget to visit our photo booth and event wall and share your photos with #ProcureForPeople Enjoy your meal, ladies and gentlemen. See you here, back here at 1:30 p.m. Enjoy your lunch. you.